Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back. I assume you were there with us on the Delta Flyer build. So welcome back. Thank you for giving me time to fix that awful headphone hair. Much appreciated. Hey, Clownhammer. Hey, Tom. Hey, Derek. Hey, Andres. Hey, Pop and Rod and another CG. Hey, Rick. Howdy. Today is going to go better. I made 2 burritos this morning and I ate one in between streams. No more hangry. Tohos, thanks for being a member. It's 43 months now. Derek for 43 months, thank you. Hey, Lewis. Hey, Nurglerot and Maurice. 1066. Another CG. Maurice, thanks for being a member for 41 months. I have got a spammer, it looks like. Let me take care of this. Ban. There we go. Just as I'm going live, I get a spammer on the Discord. Hey, Tactical Printing. Hey, Greenbeard. Hey, Aetherline and Ricky. K Sipple. Hey, Andrew. Okay, let's see here. This is what we're working on Killer Prince channel. Voice low today. Don't tell me this. Don't even tell me this. Are you serious? Are you serious? Is my voice lower than last stream? Because I raised everything. I got comments after last stream, so I'm getting repeated reports that I'm low. I raised things a lot last stream. I raised them a lot. I don't know what to do. I'm so frustrated with volume stuff. I don't get it. I don't understand why my volume is, let's try that. I mean, that's a little, should be a little more. Sean, thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, today. So, Sean, let's wish Sean a happy birthday. If David, Armor 3D is here, it's his birthday today. I just turned it up to 11. I don't know. I'm so frustrated with the sound. This is, I don't know what to do about it. I'm just not familiar enough with how these things should be set up to. I typically have volume set at 10, 14 on YouTube. For years I have it set to 30. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta just step away from it because it's so absolutely frustrating. I don't want to deal with it. Sound is the most important thing on these streams, and no matter what I do, I get a significant number of people that the sound is not good for. I don't know what to do about it. I'm low for a significant, a not insignificant number of people report me as being low. There is no music. Thank you. And I think it's Windows freaking around with my stuff. Hop on later tonight or this weekend. No, I'm done with testing it. I don't know what to do about it. So I've changed all the settings. I've turned off all the things and Windows keeps turning it back on. I really don't know what to do. There, we should have a music now at least. Trade you my flickering LED issue for your sound issue. Oh no, you can fix the LED issue. Windows doesn't have control over your LED issue. Windows has control over the sound issue. Thank you, Rick. Rod, yes, my birthday was yesterday. I think the audio is particularly low. That's what's important. Anyway, this is the Delta Flyer. We made significant progress today. We are going to make more progress next week. Let's get this out of the way. And we have a missing cats issue. Hey, Benny. The cats were around quite a bit. Almost too much during the Delta Flyer build. Oscar was being a terror. Oscar was being a terror. Thanks, Da Vinci. Thanks, JB Online. That's Kobe, right? Lazy Susan stage, yep. Don't really need Lazy Susan for the Delta Flyer. Andrew, thanks for the super chat. Love the green Voron merch. This is from Portland Vice. Okay, let's bring this thing back over here. Ugh. Right on there. Council of Andrews coming in with the super chats. You say it's broken windows. Yeah. What size do you want? What size is that? Want to get one for my 370 Nebula build. What size? Oh, this? I think I did a 22-inch bearing, and then it's a 670 or 700 millimeter diameter build. It's basically the diagonal of a Voron 300. A 300 Voron is the, what is that? Diagonal on a 300 Voron is 650 millimeters. So that's about what I did for that. 650 millimeters, I think. I guess I could just measure this. Yeah, 650 is what I did. Tuxedo, thanks for being a member. Maybe cut like, if he keeps lifting that damn printer. Mac or Linux box for streaming would solve your problem. But the problem is all the other little utilities that I want to use. Something is going to be missing. And I can't do Linux because I need Fusion. So it's got to be Mac or Windows, and I don't know. Okay, so last stream, I ran into very frustrating configuration problems, and it turns out that we ran into a bug. I've got to figure it's a bug. I don't have confirmation, but we ran into an issue where it was not processing the activated G-code in the toolhead probe section. So for Clipper Tool Changer, the plugin that we installed, Clipper Tool Changer plugin, when you define a probe section for the tools, you lose the probe section, the regular probe section. You can't have them both. And in the tool probe section, there was an activated G-code that I needed to be able to put a delay for the PZ probe probing, and also for making sure that we didn't probe too hot. So in the probe section, so every time it does a probe move, it checks to make sure that the hot end is not over a certain temperature, and it introduces a delay which allows things to settle for the PZ probe. That wasn't running, and I figured out why. I was running a Z end stop here. I was using the nudge as an end stop. I didn't really need to, but that's how I had it set up. Hey, Killer Prince, long time no see. Hey, Adam. Hey, Peter. Hey, Kid and Ray. So what happened after stream is I changed to Z probe virtual end stop. Got rid of using the nudge or any switch as a physical end stop for Z. As soon as I did that, the activated G code would run. So basically, if you had a physical end stop defined and a tool head probe, it was ignoring the activated G code. But if I set virtual end stop, then it would run it. Very strange, very weird. Then I ran into problems where I couldn't share the probe, because on here, my end stop is here, and the Maxwell coupling makes that connection to the board for the X end stop and for tool detect. I ran into a problem then where I could not home X if it was set up for tool detect erroring out. So Joey, R2 PDX, fantastic person when it comes to everything, but when it comes to figuring out these little code things in the tool changers, he has been a lifesaver over and over with TriMax or Tridex and stuff. So he gave me a series of edits to the config files to basically disable that. And now everything is working from a homing point of view now. Well, listening to you is great. Watching you tinkering is nice too. Thanks. Hey, Rushmere. I don't know if we're going to print today, but we are going to continue working on just making sure we can grab the tools, we can dock them, all that. So that was the code things that changed after stream last time. So now it will home, it will do cutting out pretty bad. What is going on? Stream is healthy. Excellent connection. I might be blowing out the mic. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing cutting out. Maybe it's not me, it's you. It's usually me, but maybe not. Okay. So we're at a state now. Some of us, it can't be your end if it would be everyone. Yeah. Good. I'm glad to hear. So we're at a state now where it will home. I'm pretty sure it'll dock and undock from tool 0. We need to fine tune tool 1. So let's go ahead and plug it in. Get things kind of going. There's some other assembly stuff I want to do. I need to put the back panel on. Need to put the PTFE tubing on, that kind of thing. But at least we can power this on and show things. Hey, John and Belfagor, thank you. Appreciate that. Yes, Holtz. I'm touchy on sound issues. Hey, Zart. Touchy on the sound issues, but that's okay. I have a full stomach. I am not hungry. So there will be no hangriness to today's stream. We did end last stream on a positive note. We managed to ignore the issue we were having, the bug that was interrupting our workflow, and we did get it to dock and undock through changing through the in an automated fashion. So okay, so now we want to manually put on tool 0, and we should be able to home all. Did you fix the connection issue on the dock? I'm gonna get to that. You're talking physical connection issue? Let's make sure everything's working here. Cool. So it will home, and I think, can we, oh, where are we? Let me bring this up. We're probably going to need to reset. So let me switch gears here then. Let's talk about the docks. Got rid of the annoying bug. Is that why I lost connection? I don't know. Sound on touchy issues. Also, after stream last time, I was chatting with Z-Runcho, and he corrected me on a couple of things. Or at least clarified how things should be set up, physical setup. So this is an older version of the dock, but it'll do for demonstration purposes. And maybe I'll go to overhead view here. Yeah, this will work better. Did the LED soldering work on the first attempt? I did have some broken wires while we were assembling them, but they are working. Okay, so this is a dock. This is, like I said, it's an older version of it, but effectively it's the same. The magnets get pressed in from the back. 3 magnets get pressed in from the back. And then when you, I'll just grab a screw here. When you dock with the flathead screw, it goes into this little keyhole and comes over. Now, I was setting this up so that there was slight friction in between the flathead screw and this side and the keyhole in here. It made sense to me for that to be what's holding it in place, but that's wrong. Hey Phil. But that's wrong. I was not noticing any actual attraction on the magnets when I was putting the dock in. I was kind of wondering what they were there for. Because I couldn't tell that they were being effective at all. So what happened was, I didn't have two things. I didn't have the magnets pressed in so that the surface of the magnet was about flush with the bridging on the bottom of that hole. And then the other thing is I had the screws here, oops, sorry. The screws here threaded in too far to where I was getting that friction in the key slot, but what I should have had is the screw head going all the way to the printed part and then being held directly with the magnet. So there could have been a little bit of, let's see, a little bit of play here is normal, but this is now set up right to where the magnets are holding it in place. Does that make sense? Did I explain that? So if I pull this off and put this over here, the magnets are holding it on. There's still some wiggle here, but it goes in a whole lot easier. And then the magnets hold it in. So, yeah, and you don't want to get to the point where eventually, if that was a friction fit, that's just gonna loosen over time. So, yeah, the magnets are the primary retention method. The screws are, the keyholes are there for this force to undock the thing. There we go. Is the keyhole makes sure that it doesn't pull the tool off. So with those two things fixed, I think we're at a point where we can check to see if this will repeatedly dock and undock both sides, set up all the locations, and go from there. Then we'll do things like put the back panel on, put the PTFE tubes in, go in and make sure we have all the other configuration stuff set, that kind of thing. We are doing our normal Polymaker filament giveaway. Link is in the pin post and the description. Be sure you get in. I will do the giveaway, even though we started half an hour late, I'm gonna do it the normal time. So same time as every time, it'll just end up being sooner in the stream than other weeks. So it'll be at 1 o'clock my time, which is in 2 hours and 10 minutes or so, plus 3 seconds. Okay, let me bring up some of the docs. So Mad Max docs, let's get back into here. I want to go through the keep going with this. So configuration is what we want. Almost print ready. We really are rather close to print ready, but it's one of those things, the last 20% of the build is going to take 80% of our time. It's not going to be quite that bad, but we do need to do some fine tuning, get things, get our location set, and we need to get it to the point where it will identify what tool is active and change between tools without any problems. So we had locations that we were setting. So we're gonna bounce back and forth between a couple of screens here, just kind of verifying locations, moving the print head around, make sure it'll hit the docks where we want it to, that kind of thing. So, yeah. Rod one again. You already have a tool head specific. Let's see where we're at. Build the whole unit. Took 6 to tidy the wires into a nice, neat package. Initial testing. Align the docks to the frame and tool head. Calibrate docking positions. So if we go, let's see. This is park. This is detach. Step away, but wanted to say good luck. You're close. It's Rancho. Thank you. I know you're busy. So appreciate you stopping by. Okay. Beautiful build and can't wait to see it print. Me neither. Thank you. Are your luck only ready to get a lottery ticket? We've got all these positions that needed to be set up. So let me pull that up. This is Delta Flyer stuff. TriMax. Let's go in here and look at some of the config stuff. So go to machine and we go to Clipper Tool Changer. So now we have tools set up. Oh, I wanted to tool 0. Oh, do we still, I think I still want this. Let's uncomment that and make sure all this still works. That's normal. Uncomment that. That's normal Holtz, apparently, because the install script is what's causing that for some reason. Okay, let's make sure everything still works with that uncommented. I didn't know that wasn't commented. Maybe it doesn't need to be commented. Hold on, before I do this, maybe it's been a whole week since I did this. Save that and close this. I want to look at my main config. Did I have a probe section already defined in here? Is that what we changed? Yes, never mind. So the changes that we made, that Joey helped me make, eliminated the need for the probe section in the tools. It's not necessarily ideal, but working around that bug, we're working around that bug in the main branch of the tool changer. Now it'll be interesting to see when I go to do the stealth changer, because we're going to be using a fork of the Clipper tool changer plugin. If that works significantly better, I'll come back and put that on here. I'm assuming it's going to work significantly better, but I want to continue with this. Can you explain in a minute about the tool changer plugin and scripts? A little bit. This is Clipper Tool Changer, which is a plugin that sets up some of the it's an assortment of Clipper extensions this person made while working on Tap Changer. So it sets up the some additional settings for locating where the dock is and getting it set up. Someone else could explain it probably better, but hey, Collie. Touching core pieces without a commit. Okay, anyway. This needed to be here. We leave that alone. Let's look at, let's go ahead and close this. Go back to, oops, it's modified. And that way. We look at our locations, which should be down here. So minus 48, minus 43. Those are our park. So this is park, which means it's actually in the tool head. So park is the minus 48, and detach is when it's outside of the tool head. So with this setup, what probes? One or both the tools or the carriage? In the tool changer, I've done the carriage sets Z0 and tool all have offsets. So with this setup, as I have it right now, the PZ probe does our Z end stop. And then I think we have some macro setup to use nudge to set our X, Y, and Z offsets between the tools. Ella, thanks for being a member for 33 months. Hey, don't knock it. Steve stream volume in general. Oh, seriously. I know it's not your fault, Jeremy, but this is the example that's so frustrating. I turned my volume up by like 50% from last stream, Jeremy. I turned it up significantly from last stream. And I did a test stream. And it was significantly louder. And if it's still not loud enough, I don't know what to do. I don't know. It's not your fault, Jeremy. It's just so frustrating. I get half the people saying it's fine and half the people saying they've got to turn me up, and then they get the ears blown out when they go somewhere else. So I don't know. I don't see this. I don't know why my setup has this problem. Anyway, let's see. I want to see if this will just dock, because I'm getting lost in what's going on. I don't know where I'm at. Let's just do a, I think I can hit T0 here and have it dock? No, it's already there. T0 is already selected. So what is the command? There was an extra command to unselect tool. There we are. So let's see what this does. So it's gonna move over, then forward. Aha! So we got a dock. So I've got it docked. That is, it does kind of set forward there, but if we say, I want that to be back like that, see what happens. You got the phone maxed out. Yeah, I don't know what to say. So I gotta just step away from it. I gotta stop worrying about it. I've changed all that, John Doe. I've changed all that. So at this point, I will take suggestions, but let's take them offline. Okay, so we can grab T0 and let's put it back. We can do all of this reliably. Feel better, the stream is worth manually turning on my volume for. Thank you, Jeremy. I appreciate that. I'm just, these kind of problems that are so far out of my control or out of my knowledge base, I don't understand. I don't get it. And it's just ridiculously frustrating. Now we got to figure out where it needs to be for, I've messed around with this dock since, so let's kind of start over on positioning. I'm just gonna go in and jog the tool over there. So like moving it. Audio's fine here, video needs more beard though. We're just gonna move this over, and I'm actually just gonna grab this and put it on there. So I've made a lot of changes since then. I want to see where we're at. You have a custom change to make repo dirty, you can commit it locally, stash and restore it. I don't really care about that at this point. I don't. Hey, battery printer. Okay. Put this into place. Nope, don't want to go another 10. We're going to go in 1 millimeter increments now. So I want that to be about my really close, not there. It's within about 2 millimeters. So 294. And let's go back in Y. Let's move this. See where we're at. So what's going on? Let's see if I can see it. That one's pretty close. That one's pretty close, but that one's off. So I think what's going on here, let me see if I can move this over so we can get a good view here. Let me take this off. It's one of the cool things is if we look at the screws here, I feel like this screw didn't go in straight. I don't know if we can see that, but this one is angled back, which is causing a problem. I don't know if I can fix that at this point. Now that it's, see that? It's angled back, which is causing it to not quite line up the same as this one and the top one does. It looks skewed a bit. I don't know what the best solution to that is. I'm gonna set this, let's just put it back on there while I get a screwdriver. Just heat it and bend it. Let's see. Well, reprint of that means reprinting and rebuilding the whole tool head. So let's pull this out. And maybe, let's see if I can just force this in a little different. I think that did the opposite, but I don't know that that's necessarily a bad thing. At least for right now, actually made a difference in the opposite direction. It's hard to see on camera, but it definitely made a difference in that way. This one, I think I'll do the same. This is not great for long term. I think what I would probably try is maybe tap these, although that doesn't seem like a great idea. Let's try that. Yeah, the problem is tapped threads are going to be looser. So that made a significant difference though in how that lines up. I can already tell. Hey, Bob. Hey, Bob, if you tell me my volume's low, then don't. Okay, I'm gonna see how that does. What color filament are those tool heads? Looks nice. So the dark gray is KVP Graphite from years ago. And the silver is 3D Print Life Silver. Use inserts and also screw into plastic to keep it tight. Yeah, it would need a redesign of the tool head though to get more meat there for a heat set. My volume is fine. Perfect. Thank you, Bob. I appreciate that. It's buffering again. Sorry. Okay, so we're gonna call 294 as the 294 as the params detach for the right head. So we're gonna go in here and go to tool 1 config, and 294 is the params detach. That's what I already had. And then we go back and I'm going to move, and where are we at on Y? We are at -7 on Y, which is the same as we have over here now. So that's actually good. Readjusting, tweaking those screws helped. I did, Collie. Joey really helped me tweak all the macros to get all that working. Resin, I am doing Smurf. Okay, so we're gonna move X into position. So that is where are we at? We are at 297. I want that to be even closer. I think I can only go, I think I can go 297.5 or 298.5. I don't think I can go an extra. Here, let's go G0X 298.5. I think that'll do. So let's try that. So now we can go in and go back here and tool 1 and down here 298.5. And let's save and restart. Did you say you're doing Smurf? I am. Yep. Gotta love Windows updates. You're all caught up right before that. Download Windows. Yep. So let's go ahead and see how that would have worked. That looks like it would have docked just fine. So now let's move this over and grab this tool head for homing. So I'm just gonna manually put that on there and we're gonna home all. Switch to R because I was feeling like inflicting some pain on myself. Fusion really keeps me within Windows or Mac. Now I just picked up a MacBook. I'm gonna try Daily Driver, a Mac for my general computing use. But I'm intending for this to always be a Windows PC. So I just need to figure it out. That people do this. I just need to figure out how to make sure that Windows doesn't take control of my audio. Thank you, Zybertech. Okay, so that's homed. I can put tool 1 away. And that gets put away. Now we're gonna grab, tool 0. Now we're gonna grab tool 1 and see if that will grab tool 1. Grab tool 1, nice. I'm just tired of Windows crap there, Phil. I'm just tired of Microsoft's shenanigans. Ha ha! Sweet! We didn't get that smooth last time, and that's all due to setting these magnets up correctly and giving me more space on the screws. Awesome. So now I should be able to grab tool 0. I can't do Linux. I need Fusion, and I'm not going to deal with getting Fusion to work in Linux shenanigans. I need it to be consistently through updates. So I need a supported OS for Fusion. Okay, so now I should be able to hit T1 and it'll put T0 away. Sweet. Hey, Fusen. Very cool. Onshape runs fine in Linux. Onshape will never, ever, ever, ever be a solution for me. It's too, if you don't have a paid license, your files are public. I deal with too many things that cannot be public. That is awesome. This worked fantastic. Let's grab tool 0. Could be a YouTube issue. Just refresh the page and the sound got louder somehow. That's weird. Go Mac, can't believe I'm saying this. I've got the Mac, I'm doing it. I'm trying it. So I have I've got a used MacBook Pro. It is a M3 Pro processor, 36 gigs of RAM, 16-inch. It'll be a fine computer for my daily driver outside of stream stuff. I got louder when I got excited, of course. Okay, so that is working. So I heard mention, yes, we need to speed it up. So let's speed it up. I think that's in, oops, is this tool changer config? And params fast speed, go as fast as we can. Params path speed. Let's look at those. Let's look at those. We've got a whole list of definitions of things. Sample values. Speed in millimeters per minute of free motion. Maximize this near machine limits. And then params speed of careful motion near start low to ensure adjustment is correct. So 900 was the sample value and 20,000 is for the other. So 20,000 divided by 60, what is that? Is that our meters or millimeters per minute or per second? Let's go here, params fast speed. Let's just double this and see where we're at. See how that looks, and we'll just kind of increment up and see what we look like. Save. Let's just see what it looks like as we speed it up. So we'll just go here and we'll do a home at all. 3CAD, but like most usable use, always an afterthought. Hey, John Beck. If in doubt, double it. Okay, so now we should be able to unselect the tool. That's double speed there. Now, why didn't it go down for the, isn't the actual move and dock supposed to be a slower speed? Isn't that what this is saying? Path speed, speed of careful motion near what? Well, we shouldn't start at a crash scenario and move back until it doesn't. I would rather increment up until it seems fast enough or we crash. But I'm curious about why didn't that stay low? Don't have max support. Yeah, I've got too much time into Fusion too. Let's go back here. So this was, here, let's see if we go up to, let's increment this the next step and see if there's a noticeable difference in speed between those. My path speed is already a lot higher. I know, but it didn't seem to slow down from the move speed. So let's see if this is even higher this time. So we need to home all. What CPU Mac did you say you got? M3 Pro. It's still got a year of Apple Care left on it. Okay, then let's unselect the tool. Can't really tell if that's slowing down for the dock move or not. So let's go ahead and grab it again. Sweet. So let's go faster. I'm not going to switch to the thing. You saw what I've been doing to make it go faster. Let's bump the next. So 1200, let's go 15,000. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too, Max Nova. That's what I'm wondering too, if it's just such a small thing. Well, we should be able to tell from this one. This is a significant increase in speed. Okay. It's still hard to tell, but it's doing it. It's doing the thing. So, ooh, that was a little harsh. Let's put this one back and see what happens. Whoa, it didn't even come close to touching that. What the hell just happened? It didn't act like it lost steps. It did not act like it lost steps, but it lost steps. Huh. Missed it by a lot, and I didn't really get a good view at what. It doesn't have anything, so I want to put this on. It's all screwed up right now because it, here, let's home all. Yeah, it doesn't think anything is initialized, but I don't want to automatically grab tool 0 because it's going to crash over here if it skips steps. So I'm just going to do a firmware restart and restart. Hey, Garrett. I am also, because it did skip steps, I am going to bump this down to the step I skipped. I skipped 12,000. I went straight to 15. So let's do that. Let's go and see what happens in our whole thing here. Home all. It was a little harsh when it grabbed tool 1. So I want to make sure I have things in just the right spot for that. Let's undock tool. There. And then we're going to grab tool 1. See, it's a little harsh when it grabs that. I don't know what is going on. If we go to G0X294 should be my, let's see how close that looks to, yeah, it's lost some steps there because it's 2 millimeters. It's 2 millimeters off from, it's at least 2 millimeters off from where that should be. It's way further off. So I need to do another, let's just firmware restart this, move things around, and let me get a better location on this because I think it's trying to pull and it's losing steps when it's trying to pull this out. Where's the off switch for the kittens? There isn't one. Okay, let's home all. Giveaway in how many hours? An hour and a half plus 3 seconds. How does it know what tool is on the gantry after a firmware restart or power reset? There is a check. It does use this switch here for a check. Here, let me put this one back. This one's working. So I've got everything correct there. This one is not. So G0, and we're gonna put this on because we're just checking locations again. X294 should be a whole lot closer than no, that's even wrong there. 294 is way further out than it should be. Do you recommend to build Mad Max due to Clipper having bugs with multi-tool head setup? Stay tuned on that one, Wojeki, until we do the Stealth Changer build. Yeah. Why are we off from there? That's 294, and that, I didn't lose steps doing this, did I? Yeah, my Lazy Susan is kind of nice here, huh, Garrett? What are we doing for here? What are we doing for step recurrence? What are we doing for step recurrence? Yeah, here, let's confirm. I think what someone said there is right. Let's firmware restart. Let's grab this thing, move this out of the way. I want to rehome. So let's grab that. And without doing any tool change moves, let's just home all. Well, I kind of want to, okay, well, that's done with that. I just want to grab this, take this back over here, put this guy on, and see where 294 is, because I can tell if there's something wrong just with. Yeah, it's closer there. So it's losing steps even in grabbing this tool. Although we were taking it on and off before. What is going on? Watching multi-tool head setups compared to any use, that was wasted material. Here, Chapman. When is Stealth Changer scheduled to begin? And that's a series I'm especially interested in. In the next 2 weeks, probably two. We probably have one more after today on this. And then the next weekend, we'll start the Stealth Changer build. I want to check some things because I haven't really gone through. Let's check our stepper currents. See where we're at. We are running at 0.8. We are running at 0.8. So what are these? What are these steppers? But the acceleration too high? I doubt it, but maybe. These are, seriously? 2 amp. They're 2 amp steppers. We should be able to run these significantly higher. Let's go 1.2 on these. 1.4 is, I think, what should be about the max. Oh, I said 1.4. I typed 1.4. I'm going to go 1.2 on X and Y. Yeah, Neil, you run 1.1 amp. I'm going to go 1.2. Yeah, and see if we're just underpowering the steppers. So let's save and restart. Hey, Marcel. We are making progress. Where are we? Oh yeah, that one. Juke. There. This one off. There. And let's home all. Okay, now I do want to put the dock over there on its own. And then I want to move this over and see where that ends up. I think that's where it should be. Okay. I think that's where it should be. So let's get back. Oops. Let's get back up here. Move this a little bit out of the way. And then let's grab Let's grab tool 1 and see what happens. Okay, that was a lot less harsh than last time. So let's see, put it back. Okay, that definitely was not as smooth over here. Let's try putting that one back. Oh, it put it back okay. Let's grab T1. Okay, that's cool. Let's put this back. Awesome. I think what's going on is I need to adjust my park position because what's happening is the tool is going on and docking fine, but the magnets, once the carriage is away, the magnet's pulling it just a little bit further this way. And that means that when I come back with the carriage, it's snapping onto the carriage and I'm not getting as clean of a pickup as possible, just because I don't quite have things adjusted quite right. I did belt tension already, yep. I think it's just a matter of still tweaking the screw positions, because here, let's do a little more explanation here. I think all of this is worth it. This is all finicky tool changer stuff. You have to spend the time on this if you want the as much reliability as you can get. Maybe I can use this as my example. Slap sound. It's not, I don't think it should do that though. So if I pull this off, and let's just set it over on the tool head here for a second, and we measure, because remember how I said I move these magnets in on the dock, which I put over here, to be more flush with the printed surface on there. And what should be happening is when you go into dock, the head of that screw should almost touch that and then basically stick to the magnet inside, and then it goes away. So I think like I said, what's happening is it's moving just a little bit further. So when it's coming back to pick it up, we're hearing that shift into position. And if we want it to be perfect, we should adjust that position or adjust the screw lengths here. So if we look at this, this should be, if we go in here, that's right at 3 millimeters, and you can't actually see that. So from the surface of this to the head of the screw is, let's say, 2.9 millimeters. And if we go over here and measure this, distance to that, it's like 2.57. So I'm gonna unscrew that just a little bit more and get closer to that 2.9 millimeters. There's 2.87. That's really close. So I'm going to do that. And I'm going to go, this is easier. I'm going to go back and forth and measure each of these to try to get a little closer. So that one's 3.1. Just double check this one. Ah, okay, a little better. No, that's 2.9. That one is 3.2. And then this one is 3.1. So now I'm going to go to here. This is 2.94. So let's grab a different driver with the rest of my drivers. Get the ball driver so I don't have to hit it at a straight. Let's just unscrew that a little bit. Let's just mess with these for a little bit here. That's 3.00. This was 3.1. Just a little bit more. Probably call that good. Loctite into ABS is a terrible idea. Maybe a little bit of super glue. 3.09, that's good. So this one is 2.52, where this was 3.2. So let's unscrew this one a bit. Sorry. Sorry about the hair. 2.78. Oops, I'm pushing too hard. 3.0. .22. I wanted that to be a little off. So let's just go in just a hair. So I've matched the screw head distance here to the depth all the way in. So now when I put this over here, this should hold in pretty good. Now there's lots of wiggle room here when it comes off the magnets, but now the magnets are what's holding that in place. Okay, so where does that end up with the carriage then? We go, our configuration says that our params park, let's see where that is. So this is now the plastic body of the tool head is right up against the plastic of the dock. So let's go over here. I want to go back here. I want to home this just to start fresh. Home all. This is probably a Mandela Roseworks bed that I modified. I added the corners, chamfers on the front so I could get to the Prusa build sheets here. Okay, my current param park for T0 is -48. So let's see, and -43 for the clearance. So let's go -43. G0X -43. And then Y -7. Y -7 should take me right up to the spot. And that's a good clearance there. I'm okay with that. It's about 2 millimeters. And then if I go back to -48, we'll see where we end up as far as that. So -1, this is -44, 45, 46, and I'm gonna get my head in the way here a couple of times just to see where we're at. -47, and I think we've got a millimeter left. Yeah, that I would say we probably have even a little bit more. I'm gonna go -48.2, maybe 0.2. Let's go G0x minus 48.2. I'm going to watch this, get somewhere where I can see some light through there. Oops. Unknown command. Oh, yeah. I said G minus G0. Okay. Now let's see. Why didn't that? Ah. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Maybe 0.4. Yeah, I'm going to try that. I'm going to tweak this to minus 48.4 and see how that does. Minus 48.4. So tool 0 down here. This is what, so Kobe, you were asking about what Clipper tool changer does. It adds these parameters for the tool chain, for the macros. Minus 48.4. And I'll leave that at minus 43, seems fine. So the Loctite sort of corrodes and degrades it. Loctite and ABS, don't use them together. Bad idea. Okay, so let's save and restart that. Yeah. And I think that 0.4 millimeters, along with my adjustment of the screws, hopefully is going to make that more reliable. Here, let's pull this off, move this over, and we're going to do the same here. We're going to measure the top, 2.72. Just going to set that right there. And this is 3.2. So we want to get to 3.2 for the top one. Just trying to get an angle on this. 3.05. So I'll call that good. And then the front one here. .12. So 2.93. .11. So let me just put that in just a hair. And then the front one here. Is 2.95. .85. So I'm just going to give this just a tiny smidge. 2.88, just a tiny smidge more. .91 there. So now when this goes on here, that should be holding that. Okay, now let's come back here and home. Home all. Now I'm going to pull this because I don't want to have any potential impact of docking this on the other over here to affect this. So now we're going to go to, what was our 294? 294 is our safe spot. We can put this guy on here. Move this back into position. We can go -7, Y -7. Should put us right in line with the dock, and it is. So now, looking at this, I want to move this to +1, 2, 3, and I got to get glasses. And one more, and then we're into fractions of a millimeter. So let's go X 298.6, I think is just my guess. Maybe 0.4. Yeah, maybe 0.6. I'll do 0.5. I'm going to do 0.5 there. So now we're going to go back and go to our tool 1 config and 298.5. So that's where I already had it. So cool. Let's save and restart and try some docks and see if it feels more smooth now. So move this over, grab tool 0. Okay. Acetone war. Don't use acetone on your PEI sheets. Did I add a new faction? So what I was thinking for these screws, I was thinking a different path is have a jig that is a that allows you to use a longer screw to cut threads with a spacer, kind of like a tap guide, a drill or tap guide for this, that would let you cut threads and then go back in with a shorter screw that you need to thread it in, and hope that would hopefully be easier to force it to at least have those initial threads going in straight. What do you think of that? Basically make your own tap guide. And that would be a pretty easy jig to make. Just with some boolean of a piece. Don't need to use acetone or anything printer related apart from ABS smoothing, thread forming. Printed part with a magnet and a lip instead of a screw. Why not heat inserts? Heat inserts would have the same problem. You have to have a reference surface in order to get them perfectly straight. Okay, we just homed. Let's put tool 0 away. I thought I just homed. Did I not home? I didn't. Okay, now we're homing. we're homing. Now we're going to put tool 0 away. Okay. Now we're going to grab tool 1. Okay. Now we're going to grab tool 0. It's still making that noise. I don't know if that's okay or not. I'm just going to make a few changes or switches back and forth and see how we're doing. And you know, welcome. The cats are doing fantastic. They seem to have spent their garage time out here earlier on when I was on Kiloprint stream though. I think it's about the same on either side. I'm hearing the same kind of noises. Yeah. Seems to be working good. I would call this pretty good, honestly. I would call this pretty darn good. What I don't have, yeah, I don't see any significant difference either. I'm pretty pleased with this. I'm really happy with this. I would be ready to at least do a test print. We're not ready yet to do that test print. Something I remember I want to do, I need to modify these docks again. I want to add a couple of heat set holes on the bottom so I can mount a ooze shield. Yeah, this is, see that? It does that. So what happens is, these are heavy tools and I have 3 points. It might be helpful if I had the 4th point because of the heavy tools. It might have been a good idea to add the 4th point here. So what happens is the bottom shifts forward a little bit. But when it comes over and grabs it with the dock, it seems to do okay. For next stream, I'll modify these and add a mounting point for an ooze shield. I think I'm gonna have to get rid of this front chamfer because the lead screw gets in the way over here, but yeah, I'm fine with that. That's looking pretty fantastic. That is looking pretty fantastic. If we had any significant layer shifts on there, or really any at all, after multiple tool changes, I would imagine it would get worse and we'd get to a point where it wouldn't dock. Yeah, that is a lot smoother than it was. We are good. I'm happy with that. I'm really happy with that. This away. So we need to incorporate nudge for offsets. And I need to do things like put the back panel on. I think we're ready to put the back panel on. Let's do that. Let me find it. I think it's in my cabinet over here. But let's shut it down. So. Let's get this. Squeeze over here. And I'm hoping the back panel is in here. think it's this guy. I hope. Oh, bump. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Make sure the inside facing surface is mostly clean. And I've got a bunch of, where are all of those? My panel clips. Where are the panel clips? Probably in here. Yep, in here. With all the old tool head stuff. Great, glad I caught this part of the stream. We got to go hang Christmas ornaments. Awesome. See ya, Turbo. Two, got a 3. Got to weed out the thin panel clips from the thick ones. There, and one more. There we go. Okay. Nope. Now, shift this over. I never put any Loctite on these to force them into place. How many likes do we have? Not even 100 likes. Not anywhere close to 50% likes. There we go. Hey, Raj. Go. And Nova, thanks for becoming a member. Okay. Throw these on here for fun. Hold things in place. Hey, Timur. Okay, then I have this guy, which is the little dual 45-degree inlet that I modeled for Tridex. We'll just keep using it for this. That'll go on there, and we need a couple of M5x10s. Put the go. Do. Oh, that's on there. What? Oop. Put this guy in here. Okay. There. Printcraft UK, thanks for being a member. Appreciate that. Other pieces. Where are my... Put these somewhere else. These. Looking for bits for filament path setup. I think I may have stolen some for other purposes. Got spool holders that go on the side here. Aetherling, thank you for being a member. Those guys go over here. Faces. Kind of looks like ET. And PTFE tubing. Okay, we're gonna put fresh PTFE tubing on here, I think. That's that. This was the old stuff. I bet you I put, oh no, there they are. That and that. Filament holders. Can't unsee that now. Well, I mean, it's what we do best, right? We create faces. We create things that look like faces. What we got here? Bill, member for 48 months. No, 43 months. YouTube is funky. Okay, now let's get some PTFE. Let's just move these to their far side. Might as well just do that. And I have some, I've gone to using a lot more of this 2.5 millimeter ID. Question is, do I do the white or the smoke? I think smoke might be good on here. We're using Joey's config for the Tridex. I was. Yep. Yeah, this is coming together really nicely. Do we do white or smoke? Tuxedo says smoke. Smoke, 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 smoke. Smoke them if you got them. No, don't do that. It's nasty. Okay, that's 256 watching. We do have more than 50% likes though. That's kind of my goal, is hit 50% of the people that are watching have liked it. I'm just kind of taking away some of the built-in curve on this. Okay, so this is going to go over, and oops, wrong one. There we go. And is this, oh, that doesn't have a screw in it. It is a tight fit, so I'm going to get my 4mm reamer and run it through that. Is this the 4? Let's see. How good is it? Was thinking of reusing the config for an IDEX I'm going to build. I would. Joey's stuff is good. That's 4.2. I don't really want to go that big. That one is 3. Where is my 4? Or a 4.1. There's the 4.1. I'll do the 4.1. Ew, that one is... Let's go 4.1. Randy, thanks for being a member. Smoke PTFE or FEP? I think it's still PTFE. Go. There. Okay. I'll put this back in the labeled thing so I know which size it is. There we go. So this is going to go over to tool 0. That will get zip tied, loosely zip tied to the, right along there like that. So let's get some loose, some zip ties to do that. So there they are. Let's see. These, not those. Let's go with these. So I'm just gonna -6 minutes. Ew. Now this is loose. These should be allowed to move around. This is just to give them some. Oh, there's my brother. Ignore that for a bit. He's a day late. That's okay. I don't know how many. We're going to move this around and see where the position of these makes the most sense. See how that turns out. Something like that seems to make sense to me. Let's grab it, move it around, tucks down into there. Still can get all the way over here. Comes around. Oops, I accidentally docked it with a thing there. Kind of gets a little bound up that way. I think that might be more to do with our positioning along here. I wonder if I would be better off not capturing this here, or maybe just moving this over. So this has more, I don't know if you can see that. How do you move the Trident around? What's the easiest place to hold them? I usually just grab around and kind of use the panel clips as for a friction. I usually just grab and just kind of grab the whole thing like that. Okay, I'm gonna cut this zip tie instead of fighting with shifting it around. I'm just gonna cut this and this one, because I think moving those closer to the inside is gonna be a good idea. Maybe go quite a bit, something like that. Something like that. This way. Just a test to see if this is going to be better or not. This back there, this about there, maybe this about there. The hope is that kind of forces that to come down, and that's looking a little better to me. I want that when it's in the back corner, kind of fall down into this back corner. I'm not often going to be hitting there. Go underneath that is fine. Let's try something like that. TTR Dad, were you told you missed out earlier? Did you miss out earlier? Maybe you'll have better luck this stream. Okay, so that's one of those. And generally the spot I want it. So then over here, this just kind of does a smooth turn into the holder. Let's go something like that. Cut it off somewhere like that. This goes in here. There we go. It's nice and smooth filament path. This is ACM. It's aluminum composite material. It's basically thin aluminum sheet separated by a plastic inner layer. I personally don't like it. I'm not a fan. I would rather use just ABS sheet. It's very easy to scratch, very easy to dent the corners. You see, I don't know if you can see, but you can see the aluminum on the edge. when you deburr it, by default, you end up seeing that. It's not my favorite material to use for that. Okay, now let's get the other one. So this can come over, dock, here, grab that one. Plug that in. Black Sharpie to disappear those blemishes. Yeah, I still am not the biggest fan of ACM. It's just too easy to dent. It's way too easy to dent. Okay. That right there. That out of the way. This ends up tying around all of these a little bit. Wonder if that would be better off. I think the curve over to that works out okay. I want it to come along there. Come up with TCM, titanium composite material. Something like that. Use white for my Milo. With strength and rigidity were needed for the big box. I get it. Yep, and then that drops down, comes across, kind of hits the other one, but that's okay. I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. What do you guys think? I mean, I'll know once I start printing with it, for sure. Yeah, that looks pretty symmetric. Pretty happy with that. Yeah. I move that other one over here a lot closer. I wonder if that helps. If that's good or not. Move this one out. Something like that. Yeah, that's, I mean, right now it's symmetric, but we'll see how that goes. See how that holds up. Okay. Nope. Now this comes around. About the same. Nope. Okay. Hey, Slaughter. That works. This little K1 Max you just purchased. Okay. Awesome. We are that much closer. So now I want to make sure motorize the Lazy Susan with Polar Clipper. Power it back on. Make sure all of our tool changing and stuff still works well with the extra forces being put on it from that. Then we need to look at more configuration stuff. And in 40 minutes, giving away a roll of Polymaker Filaments. Okay, we are on. So here, it's home all. Just see how this behaves if I'm just simulating the top panel. I should just set the top panel on it. Why not just add dual inside spool holders or even mod the side panels to look like the Core 1? You could. That's not a bad idea, Kenneth. That's a lot of work that's not part of this stream, but it's not a bad idea. Okay. Cool. Now we should be able to Z-tilt. I got an error. Why did I get an error? Horizontal move Z can't be less than probe Z offset. Horizontal move Z can't be less than probes Z offset. So let's look. I think this is from stuff that Joey and I changed. So let's go look at too much on top first. What do you mean? Let's look at our probe section. Probe. Y offset. Oops, let's change this stuff. This is all wrong. This is from, I got this from Joey. So that's a, some other probe. I am on TriMax, okay. So 0 offset and Z offset should not be 8. We're just gonna set 0 for right now. Hey, Daddy Wazzy, welcome. And horizontal move on, I think I had changed that on Z tilt. Horizontal move Z5, which should be okay. We could go 10, we could go 8. Let's save and restart. Anyone have recommendations to double-sided tape? I was assembling the Prusa Core 1, put the feet on before I could fully flip the frame over. They all fell off. Yep, the feet are awful on that, Brad. I don't have a good answer for you. But I might suggest looking at some of the mods out there for feet for the Core 1. Okay, so now we should be able to home all. Oh, did you see that pulling on here? How do I stop that? That's right there. feel like I probably want a little more wire and PTFE probably. Let's pull this out just a little bit. Pull this out. Pull this way. Pull this. Give myself a little bit more. Okay, giving myself a little bit more there. Okay, now we're gonna do a Z-tilt. Z-tilt. So you can, I don't know if you can perceive it, but it is taking an extra, I mean, it's taken a 4/10 of a second before it does the probe move now. I'm gonna change that back to 2/10 of a second just to save that tiny little bit of extra time. What was that? Cool. 0.005. So I do want to go in and change this in the probe section to, oh, it's half a second. It's set to half a second. We're gonna change this to 2/10 of a second. So this code here does the, make sure the probe isn't over 150 degrees, the hot end isn't over 150 degrees, and then waits 2/10 of a second for things to settle because of the PZ probe. The fix on the probe was, there's a bug in the Clipper tool changer firmware or plugin. It was not processing the activated G code when you set a hard Z end stop. It was only working when you set a, it's only working when you have a virtual end stop. That does pull on that still. That's a bummer. Let's do a quick Z-tilt. Okay, and then let's change to T1. Sweet. T0. Awesome. Sweet. I could do that for hours. Okay. Let's go back to the docks. Where are we at? We have successful docking and undocking of both tools. We have PTFE ran. Let's see what is mentioned next. Set values in toolhead. Make sure T0 is still connected. Fire and hold. Test the values again or YOLO it with your fingers hovered over the e-stop button. At this point, you can just print as if nothing has changed. T0 will stay connected if it starts that way. Make sure nothing will hit T0. Adjust offsets to avoid trying to print a purge line that hits stuff. Bed joints and probing location may need tweaks. We did this. So bed joints and probing locations, we did tweak, and that's all in the Z-tilt configuration we were doing. So we did T1, and then do this for both. If one tool head is leaning, you don't want a mid-print collision. I don't think we're going to. Bring T1 towards T0, move T1 to the back, then move it to the left. Get as close as you can to T0 and Y. Add a bit of margin to it. And where do you put that? In tool changer, param safe tool head Y. Oh yeah, we did that. What did we set that to? Param safe tool head Y. And that's in tool changer config. Tool changer config. Param safe tool head Y. Yeah, we already figured that out with 75. Success, Turbo. Good job. Okay. Test overall reliability and speed. Run quick, attach, detach, test. Dock sequence reps 10. Here, let's run it. Let's run that for fun. Let's first grab T0. And then what's this command? Dock sequence reps 10. Let's see what this does. Let's go 5. This is just a quick test, just a macro basically it's set up to do this a repeated configurable number of times. The umbilical is causing this one to lean a bit more than I would like. I'm going to pay attention to this one. I think I probably need to give myself a little more space on the umbilicals. How many times was that? That must have been 5. So although I don't know that it'll cause a problem, I will probably give myself a little more umbilical. Use some chains. Chains would be a challenge with this. You need some thin chains, and it's not going to be easy as dealing with the umbilicals. So for oozing, I am going to add some mounting points to the bottom of my docks to mount some sort. I'm just going to put 2 heat sets here. That way I can play around with different setups for an ooze shield. And then maybe mount a wipe, something for wiping on the front here as well. A brush or something to brush. Let's go back to the docks. Okay, so we did that. Measured dock time. Z has sub 1.3 seconds on his Mad Max, and Andrew has done sub 4 seconds on the Trident 350 with the closed loop drivers. Consider speeding up the docking sequence before doing any reliability tests. Speed up those tests as well as reduce dwell time that can cause drool on prints. Yep. Auto tune may also be helpful, especially if set to performance. It may help with auto speed next. Auto speed is perfect for this. Auto tuner and auto speed, okay. Do 100 switches. If this passes, congrats, you've made a reliable tool changer. So now prepare for printing. If you haven't already, upgrade your PSU or at least limit maximum power to heaters. Yeah, this is an important thing. We have printers that now we have multiple tool heads that we're adding to the equation, and full tool holders, not just filament holders that hang out in the front of the printer and heat up and cool down really quick. There's a heater in each of these, and these are, did I put 40 or 60 watt heaters in these? At full tilt, they're going to use 40 or 60 watts. They're not going to always be using that, but you want to take that into account in your power supply choice. On my stealth changer, what I ended up with as a configuration is, and here I'll pull this off and show you what I've been working on as part of this. I have a 350 watt 24 volt power supply and a 200 watt 48 volt power supply on a little custom mounts I made. This takes up about maybe a little longer than LRS 200 power supply. These are UHP. The 24 volt is 350 watts because it's got to deal with 5 tool heads and the AB steppers. And then the 48 volt is just going to be for the Z, the 4 Z steppers on a V2. So power, the 350 volt, I can be pretty confident that I'm going to be able to handle even with these derated. Remember, we don't get actually 350 watts out of this. You can't rely on 350 watts out of this. We're not mounting this to a 12-inch square, 3 millimeter thick aluminum plate. There is a derating on these. Do I have the, no, I have it up on the other computer. There are derating values for these. And it's like 60%. We get away with a lot in our printers, the way we set them up, but look up the data sheet on the Meanwhile power supplies. You want to really get really depressed about what we're doing. Look up the data sheet on the SSRs. Look up the data sheet on these guys. Excuse me. This is a 25 amp SSR. I bet you if you look up the data sheet on this, it's derated to 4 to 6 amps when you don't put it on a heatsink. That's not as drastic on the power supplies, but still, it's something to consider. So Ken, on the stealth changer, fast Z moves, fast and reliable Z moves will reduce print times. So it's an advantage to run 48 volts on the Z, so I can have those ultra fast Z moves. Okay. SSR heat sinks are huge. Yep. Like I said, we get away with a lot that probably yeah, that probably shouldn't. Derating on the Voron SSR is why the max power to it is limited. It's one reason. Printer will you build? Stealth changer in. Sorry if you already said it. The V2 right here, the blue V2. This is the original one I built 4 years ago now. I started it right at 4 years ago. It's being completely rebuilt. Belted Z for ultra fast moves. Yep. Remember that on big beds too. I have a rat rig with a 1500 watt heater. Got, oh yeah. Okay, where else are we? Upgrade your PSU. So that's what we got, a little tangent there. Measure the power at the outlet with an inline power meter. I always watch power while making a big printer changes because it can quickly catch. We use Nighthawk 36 on Stealth Changer. Yes, I'm doing the LDO kit. So all the parts that come in the LDO kit is what I'm doing. Recalibrate your Z offset. Yeah, we'll have to do that still. Still be applied as well. Update ZTA or QGL probing points to a safe default. We did that. Probably done with the config side. What wattage would a 2.4 with 48 volt on all motors need? That's a good question, Derek. It depends on the motors. Current ratings or power estimates on steppers isn't necessarily straightforward and super intuitive. Okay, if you want to note, there's a tool changer 1 as primary config file, which is similar to tool changer 0, but it has T1 pretend to be tool 0. You can use this config file as a high availability backup. Okay. Do your PID tuning, extrusion multiplier and PA for each new head. Figure out offset calibration. So if you want to move to a first multi-extruder print, no, I want to do nudge is the recommended way to measure the offsets. However, manual offset adjustment is a second option. I want to use nudge. Oh, Andres, those are UHP. So if you look up Meanwell UHP -200 or -350, and then the -48 or 24 or whatever from there. So UHP -300, UHP -200. Okay, follow the instructions from the nudge repo to build, install, configure, and measure. Get repeatability values with code from the printer experiments repo. You don't need to run a nudge calibration before every print. You only need to use it when changing the tool setup. In a 2 tool head system, nudge find tool offsets will produce a single set of values. These are the offsets for T1 relative to T0. With nudge, you can do per print automatic calibration now, thanks to work from Joey. Clipper automatic offset calibration for tool changer. Do we have that? Let's go here. Let's see what this is. This is Joey Grainer. Grainer? Hey, Mike. Has anyone tried the new LDO PSUs? I have a couple of them, Bill, but I haven't installed them in anything yet. I was going to use them in the Stealth Changer, but my plans for Stealth Changer power supply changed about 4 times while chatting with Nemi and others from that team. And this is what I've settled on. This is what I've settled on. A lot of it is because of packaging. I can fit the 48 and the 24 in there a lot better than the particular shape of the LDO power supply. Calibrate your X, Y, and Z offsets between all your tool heads. These macros require a 3-axis probe. Now, did Joey have these? Let's go back to Mad Max and configs and R2 PDX, the Micron one. And was there stuff in here for tool changer offset calibration macros? Here, I think we have that in the files. Tool changer offset calibration macros. Let's look at this. This file contains tool calibration definitions, instructions. This file requires the addition of an offset save file. This is defined under tools calibrate. within the offset save file, add these sections for each tool installed in your printer. So T0, T1. If the save file does not have an entry for your tool head, it will error. So offset save file.config. We need basically here. Let's copy this. What are we blaming Nemi for? What are we blaming Nemi for? Oh, for the power, for me bouncing around on power supply choices. Did I end up in a decent spot? Are you guys comfortable with where I ended up? I haven't had a chance to chat with you guys. Let's see, offset save file. Okay, we have this. We have current tool offsets. Okay, we have the file with all the things we need. I don't know if, nudge position. We need to get the nudge position. We did that. It's not right. That's not where it is. I like where I'm at. Cool. Okay, let's get nudge position because we need that. We need that. We are homed. So let's switch back to tool 0. Okay, now we're going to bounce this back. It should be really close to 125. And then Y. Joe's working on a 48 volt version from what I can tell. I believe so. Okay. So I'm bumping this. -4. Here, let's go Z. Let's move Z down a little bit so I can get closer to it. There we go. Now Y -1 more. That is right on. And so I am directly on at -5 for Y. I am just barely off of exactly center of my defined build area. I'm gonna cheat and I'm gonna loosen the screws here and move it directly under, because that means that this will actually be centered, and it's not quite centered right now. Hey, Reality. Hey, Brent. So we're gonna loosen this and loosen this. I'm gonna shift this over. Hold both of those up. And I know I'm right dead in the center in the way, but I need a better view at this than you do. There we go. So now that's at 125. Wayne, thanks for being a member. 34 months. Hey, John, I'm doing good. Okay, so we're at a nice even 125 -5. 125 -5. Let's go in here and go here -5. And then nudge position Z. I don't know what that actually needs to be. We'll have to look at that. So let's just save that. 125 -5. close this and go back here. Oh, yeah, this is fine. Parameters, tools, calibrate, parameters of the probe, macros within this file. Oh, okay, so let's go back there. Offset save file is that, and tool changer. So we are using, for Z offset, or for the nudge, is plugged into getting some lore. Are you the designer of the Trident? I am. Trident was my project. And I also am involved in most or all of the Voron projects. I have files that are in the V2, the 0, the switch wire. Here, I wanted to see if I saved what I had here for Z. Install pin, PG12. Did I leave that? Is that correct? Let's see. Let's go here. Let's go LDO motion. I didn't do legacy. That's Max. I have built a legacy. I have legacy serial 1. What model do I like the most? Well, of course, the Trident. Is anyone working on a reverse gantry tool head facing the rear for Trident? I am not. Whatever Heart K is working on would probably be adaptable to Trident. I suspect that Index is not going to be suited for rear tool. I suspect that it's not going to work well because the strain on the PTFE and filaments might overpower the magnets. Here, guides and Leviathan. No, I have an octopus on here. Why am I going here? Don't I have an octopus on here? I have an octopus on here. Never mind. ETT octopus GitHub. Octopus hardware pinout. I just want to make sure that PG12 is probably what I used for that. Oh, that is awful. Yeah, PG12 is that one. Let me see if I can peek under here. Oh, glasses. Yeah, that's what I used. When will Phoenix fly? Sooner than yesterday. One day closer than it was yesterday. Okay, PG12. Let's close this. Clipper tool changer, TC offset, and PG12. And there was a pull-up on here in the other config. I don't know if it needs it or not. Are you feeling better? My favorite Voron is the Trident as well. Best bang for the buck. Awesome. Back in PTFE umbilicals to the front. I don't think you gain anything there, Badmouth. You might. We'll see what people come up with. I could be completely wrong. How much of a process is it to convert a 2.4 into a Trident? Probably a pretty big process. Honestly, Jeremy, if you really wanted to do that and you just want another project, you want to try it and you want to minimize the number of parts that you're replacing, you still need to buy your Z steppers, but just buying a frame. The frame is like $120 $20 or something like that. You would be better off. And then you'll have a bunch of extra extrusions for some other project. You got your next printer. But most of the other parts, the AB steppers, the bed is probably compatible. That kind of stuff is all probably compatible. But it would probably be easier to just buy a frame than, and the Z steppers you need, than to try to modify your existing frame. Okay, so nudge config, tools calibrate. These two values should be changed or checked for your printer. Pin should be reference pin used for nudge. Spread is the amount of X or Y motion used in the probing sequence. Think of it as the clearance from the center to accommodate the pin's diameter and any initial starting point inaccuracy. For larger pins, increase this to 3.5 millimeters. Let's see if I can even get, what is my min? I know I can go to -7. I'm at -5 right now for the tool, but can I do -8? Increase this or improve the accuracy of the starting point if your probe triggers too early. Config below is unlikely to need changes. I confirmed I tried it in 2.4, but decided to just build a new one, so I wanted a bigger printer for still printer anyway. Do some Mark IV and Core 1. Oh, fun, Ella. Lower Z is the distance below the probe tip in Z, used to ensure a hit. Increase this to have more of the nozzle hit during probing. Values as low as 0.1 may work and will minimize the need for over travel. So you've got a cone-shaped tip of your nozzle. We need to make sure that we can move over enough and down enough to where it moves back to nudge that it hits. I'm just kind of working through this. Is 3 enough though? If that's at -5, can it go to -8? Let's find out. Let's save this and go back here. And can we go Y 6, 7, 8? Yes, we can go to -8. Okay, so that's fine. Three, that's right there. And then 1, 2, 3. Yeah, all of that is great. Okay. Let's go back. Offset calibration macros. Visual diagrams for that kind of thing. Oh, what am I doing here? TC offset calibration macros, yeah. Lower Z. Travel speed, lift speed. All this stuff apparently should be okay. Get probe. Locate the coordinates of the sensor and save to disk. Position T0 over the probe and run this command. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. Tool locate. Here, let's see. TC get probe position is what we could run. I want to try something. If I save that, close. If we go to here and we change this to say, let's 6, let's change this to 6s because we had manually changed that. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Oh, well, that's fine. We should be able to home all. This does still. Yeah, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay, and then why did that just do that? That's a problem. That's a problem. I need to figure that out. So if I'm using, that just moved my, I need to talk to Joey. Joey, I need help. It just homed to my nudge location. Oh, it is filament giveaway time. It is filament giveaway time. It just homed to my nudge position. I need it to home separate from using nudge. Okay, let's do this. Let's give away some filament. Let's give away some filament. And let's do some other tuning that we need to do before we can print anyway. And then we'll go from there. Filament time. Filament giveaway time. Let me bring up the things that I need. Oops. Why? Oh, that's not what I want. Polymaker filament giveaway. What do we have here? We have 285 people, 291 people, and 167 likes. So while I get this set up, those that you haven't liked, those that haven't liked, get to it. Is this the current one? Yes. Okay. Let's turn that there. Then let's go back to my drafts. Okay. Those who haven't should. Let's say, okay, you have 3 seconds to get your entry in. Get it in now. Finishing my coffee. 3 seconds. 3, 2. Like the stream so I can rig it and he gives me filament. 1. Everybody was good and got their entry in ahead of time? Nope, one person didn't. 3, 2. No. 1. Nope, there we go. 3, 3, 2, 3, 2. Oh, it is gift membership time. After this, we'll do gift memberships. Thank you for the reminder, Holtz. 1. Are we done? It's a nice round number. We could be done. If you haven't gotten it in, nope. You screwed up the round number. 3, see, dad voice now. 2, 1, 3, 3, 2, 1. Done. Okay. Hey, Nosclog. What's your most annoying 3D printing experience? Okay. What the hell? I heard a noise outside. Hold on just a second. Nothing. Nothing. Okay. The Polymaker Google form, it doesn't because I just closed it, Parky. I do it every Sunday. So, Tuxedo, you were first in. I know, the cats haven't been in here. They were in here during the stream with Killer Prince. I'm walking by asking if they could get sign up for the filament giveaway. Who got in last? KA got in last. Okay, let's go over here Let's take this screen, wheel of names. Yep. That's okay. I do it every Sunday, Parky Cat. Every Sunday at 1 minute plus 3 seconds, or 1 o'clock plus 3 seconds. Let's see. Let's do a number between 1 and 49, because that seems like a good number to do. 1 and 49. Is Rod going to win? 1 and 49. Did Rod enter? I hope Rod entered. Yep, he's the third person to enter. 1 and 49. Let's see. What do I want? Robin, you've just thrown all the numbers out here. I'll use the 36. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Spin. Okay, if Rod gets called, is it? Nope. Repo Man. Repo Man, congratulations. Are you here? Repo Man, are you here? You have 2 minutes from now to respond. Repo Man. Are you here? Congrats. Repo Man. Say something in chat. There you are. Congrats. See you. Let's get this in here. Everything looks legit. Let's get this in here and there. And you should have an email any moment that is sent. If you have any, did not get that, send me a DM. Congrats. Sure you are legit. Is your entry legit? There we go. Delete that. Go over, do all my cleanup. You're driving. Be safe. Save that. Unpin that. There we go. Ooh. Okay, congratulations. That is on its way. Everything's there. Have you printed with PPCF? No, I don't think so. I have not. I don't have any. The next thing is, oh, there's 2 minutes is up. The next thing is, we haven't hit 200 likes. I'm gonna give away 5 gifted memberships when we hit 210 likes. That's the buffer for not being there yet. That's the, I won't say punishment, but that's the penalty. When we hit 210 likes, I will give away 5 gifted memberships. The ones that YouTube lets me give away every month. Bought some film so it would stick to the plate. Nice. There we go, 210. Good job, folks. Good job. I've been a member of my own channel for 2 years. Incentive. No, No, because if you're adding, if I'm increasing the requirement, that sounds like a penalty. Membership gifting. Here we are. Printing double shear mounts from a V0. Nice. What do we got here? Martin and Billy and Dom. Dom, how were you not already? Okay. Let's go back. So I need to figure out a couple of things. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna shift gears to doing all the other things I need to do to get this to a printing state. So that means we're gonna make sure that the extruders are moving in the right direction, that the PID tune, the hot ends, 250 and I'll give 10. Well, we're at 215, so we might get there. Thanks, Holtz. Thanks for being a member. Okay, so we need to do all the normal clipper stuff. I generally use the clipper documentation. I will, don't knock it. Normally use the here, and there is config checks. So if you go to documentation and config checks, it's just nice to go through and check things. We did much of this as part of the build. All the normal clipper stuff ×2. Yep. So down here, PID settings. So I'm gonna tune this initially for PLA settings. So we'll copy this. If you get to 250, you'll like a second time. We'll get those likes and subscribes, and I've been on a pretty good, so the index really gave it a boost. It gave the channel a couple hundred subscriber boost. So that's been popular. I'll be back. All the things I dislike about this stream, it's the mouse trails. I hear disabling grants. Is there mouse trails? Oh, there is. I have to be able to find it though. It's both for you and me. I mean, I guess I could do, what is it? The double, is it Control or Alt? I thought I had a thing that gave a little, maybe it's this Control? Oh, I guess not. I thought I had a thing that kind of highlighted the mouse when I hit a key. Yeah, there is a trail. Anyway, let's go in here. We are on tool 0. All the temperatures, Revo's at room temperature, and we're gonna go 220 here. So, it's not turned on. I thought I had it turned on though. Thanks, Scott. May not be getting referenced as a resource for some major brand. Oh, really? Okay, so we're doing, this isn't quite index heat up times, but well, we'll see. We'll see. What did we start with when we were doing that? Was it from 40 to 200, or what did we measure on that stream? Let's see how it compares to a Revo. Yeah, I don't have that turned on. Greenbeard. I tried double control as well. So let's see, where did it hit? What did we start at? We started at 20 something at 39 seconds. And when we get to 200 was 29. So is that what? 50 seconds? From room temperature to 200 was about 50 seconds. And what was that? 10, 12 seconds on the index? But I don't know if we started at something higher. I don't remember what we started at. But still, index was faster. Royco, any recommendations for a hot end that can go beyond 300 to print stuff like PPS? So general, if you like the Revo ecosystem, then the Revo high temp. If you want something that'll flow a lot more than like a tube compact, the Rapido Ace that I use to print PPS pretty much maxes out at 340, and that could be iffy for PPS depending on what you're doing. If you look at something with a not with a PTC heater, you'll have better luck. So the tube compact doesn't have a PTC heater. The Revo high temp doesn't have a PTC heater. Those PTC heaters increase their resistance as temperature goes up. So you have a ceiling that you can hit. I found out on my Rapido Ace, which has a PTC heater, to maintain over 340 degrees Celsius, it was nearly 100% duty cycle. And then I did run into heater not heating at expected rate if I would try to set things to like 350. So I pretty much have capped, I can only go up to like 340 on that. Oh, okay, that is done. Now, is this going to save it? Is this going to save it? Let's find out. We are 36, 3, and 82. So let's save config. And let's go here and look at our printer config and see if it put it down here. Extruder 36, 3, and 82. Yep, it put it there. See you, Aetherling. It did. It saved it. 36, 3, and 82. Those were the values. Oh, a very important aspect. All of these hot ends I've talked about have PT1000 thermistors. You cannot use a 104 NT or a Beta 3950 or whatever thing above 300 C. You need a PT1000 or a PT100 or something like that. Okay, so that did save. So we will see if, so extruder 1 is 33,463. Now let's go here and I could set the I think I could set active tool or something, but we'll just change tools. And then it's gonna do this, which I need to fix, but whatever. So now let's grab tool 1. Now we can go back and set the same PID calibrate. It should. Why is it doing extruder? Well, that's wrong. That's very wrong. It's didn't change tools. Oh, we got a problem. No, that's why. Thank you, JD. Thank you. That was my bad. That was my bad. I, for some reason, thought if I changed tools, it would do it, but that's my bad. I could have done this without doing the home and change tools. I realize. I don't do this enough. I screwed that up. This will only take a moment. We'll let it finish. Yeah, you don't want to use brass. You don't want an aluminum heater block. You need copper at least. I did not fix the homing, Joey. I think I'm going to do that off camera. I'm going to spend some time with that off camera. Unless you have a quick answer for me. If you have a quick answer for me, I'll try it now. But what is happening, I don't know if you were here, Joey, before, is I need this to home with the Revo PZ in the center of the bed, but still use nudge for offset calibrations. I'll check stream chat here in a second. Okay. Of course it gave me slightly different numbers, but whatever. It did start higher. I do not want to do this. I want to do a quick firmware restart so I don't want to, oh, I did. Doing a firmware restart saved them, didn't it? Did it save them? 36,382. No, it did not. Cool. Okay. I didn't want to save those. I do want to go back now and extruder 1. Emergency stop. I've got fans backwards on this one as well. From where we start. I got fans backwards. So let's go here and here, and I want to look at my fan pin configuration for tool 0 because I know it's correct. So hot end fan and part fan. So PA5 and PD2. PA5 and PD2. PA5 and PD2. Save and restart. Okay, so let's do this again. There we go. That's better. Okay, let me check out Joey's message. Stream chat. Hit the command. Comment these 2 lines in the homing override. If you haven't found a fix this yet, I'm rebuilding the config to be more generic for a PR. Comment those 2 lines. Okay. I will do that. Doing this time purple instead of red. Oh, temp chart gets crazy, I bet. I bet. The most I have on any printer is 5 right now. And that's the index. But it only has 1 temp chart, right? Yeah. Does it end up with, I don't remember. Does it end up with 1 for each? It only has 1 thermistor. Black box has 5. My stealth changer will have 5. It had some filament in there apparently. Okay, so 35, 4, and 72 on this one. So if we save this, hey Mike, 35, 4, and 72. $35, 4, and 72. It saved them. It saved them just fine. Okay, both of those are running because they are still hot. Mike, thanks for becoming a member. Okay, Joey gave me a file to change, and I think it's under homing override. And right here, these two. Now, oh, okay. So don't use nudge position for homing override. How do I set it to use, oh, here we are, homing variables. There we are. So 125, 125. Redacted. Thanks for being a member for 2 years. Okay, so that'll do there. Let's do a form next, but I heard you visited my country, Austria. I did. I was in Austria for a couple hours at a market there. Had some mulled wine, and I don't remember, some candied almonds of some sort that were pretty good. Ah, so these lines override these. So if we save and restart now, I'm gonna just manually move this back. There we go. Stuff's starting to look as complicated in compiling Marlin. Yeah, Salzburg. I went to Wangen, Germany. Wangen. So I was here, and we went to Bregenz, because I remember walking out here and looking at this amphitheater that's out here. There's an amphitheater out here, so we were in the markets right in here. We were right in here. So this, right in here somewhere is where we had mulled wine and stuff. Somewhere along here. So. And then went over to spend some time on this little island. Basically walked the perimeter of this while we were waiting for a train. So, yep, fun stuff. Okay, so that is fixed. So we should be able to now home all. Yeah, when it homes, that does hit there. Okay, it did it. So now we should be able to go to G0 X 125 Y minus 5. And then for the, since you're here, Joey, I was working on the tool changer offset calibration. So tool changer offset calibration and looking for, what was it? Do I need to put the nozzle at the top where it's about to trigger? I assume I need to put it where it's about to trigger the nudge, right? And I actually want to make this a little weaker. Just above it in Z. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I meant. Should I have it? Yeah, I want this to be a little easier to trigger. So now I want to move this down. Oh, hold on. And I want to run, what is it? There's a command I can run. Tool change get the probe. Tool changer get probe position is what I run. It doesn't have to be close in Z? Okay. Oops. If I move this down though, to get it. So if I go there and then I run this, that's, oh, why didn't that run? Hey Edward, we are doing calibration and tuning. Yep. Did some PID calibration. So what I was looking for here is I was down here and I saw this tool change get probe position, locate the coordinates of the sensor and save to disk. Position T0 over the probe and run this command. So running this should then set up this offset file for the nudge position, right? But it just said that that command TC get probe position is an unknown command. Now is that, do I have that included? Tool change offset calibration macros. So is that included here? It is not. Why is it not? It should be. It's not included. Why isn't it included? TC underscore, what was that? Let me bring this up on another screen so I can get the file name. TC offset calibration macros. Calibration macros. Okay, let's do that. Include file. Oops. That's because I didn't put clipper tool changer. There we go. Okay, now we can home all. Are we gonna make it to 250 likes? Okay, now I can move to above the thing. I'm gonna move this down a little bit just for fun. And now if I set tool change, get probe position, there we are. Okay, it did the thing. Probe triggered prior to movement. Okay, so that is probably a, I need to put some grease or something on my nudge. I haven't messed with this one in a while. That's not surprising. But should this have modified this? No, it didn't. What was, I thought that was supposed to write that. I thought that's position. What was it that would change that file? Was it under here? Find, adjust the specified. Wow. We can just change this. Under offsets, this is 125.5. Save that. So we're in the right spot here now. And also I got some, this is a, clean this off and maybe get just a little bit, not the best choice for a grease for this, but something, a dielectric grease might be better. I'm just going to put a little bit on these and this might help it. Just a little film might help it trigger more reliably. Let's try that. So now we can home all. Oh, it might have just been interrupted. You're right. Paper towel. We have Z-tilted without me messing with it, Joey. You're absolutely right. We could do our Z-tilt here, but it's not going to be off any significant amount. It's going to be within a very tiny bit. Yeah, see. It didn't even need an extra move. So if we do this, G0, X 125, Y minus 5, and then run that command again. Go here so you can actually see what it's doing. Oh, move out of range. What's it trying to do there? Oh, we got a new person. SD3DPO. Welcome. Can we make 230 likes? Can we? We can. We're 232. Do we know what might have gone on there, Joey? Just move out of range. No, it's trying to go to minus 9.8 and I've got a minus 9. Yeah. Where is that set though, Joey? Where is that set? What configuration? Thanks, don't knock it. Appreciate that. Where is that set? I left this at 3 for the spread because I can hit minus 8. So sample retract distance is 3. So my nudge is at minus 5. And then another 3 is minus 8. And I can go to minus 9, I think. I think my printer config Y is minus 8. I can go to minus 8. We can change this. We can try changing the spread to a little less because I don't think I need that full 3 millimeters. It's a 3 millimeter pin. The center is minus 5. It's a 3 millimeter pin. So if we go here, go to the calibration macros. Minus 8 is my max, is the extent of my Y travel. If I change this, can I get away with a little less? There it is. Oh, are we at? No. There it is. What is, there it is. So maybe try 1. Let's try 2. That way I'm sure that to be outside of the pin, right? Let's save and restart. Okay, so let's home all. And then move to over the pin and then do get position. This is, this problem is the nudge, and there's things I can do to help this, I think. Minus 5 plus, what? Minus 5 plus minus 2.5 is minus 7.5. Minus 2. So what do I need? What do I need to do? You said try 1. So is that an okay? Excuse me. Will I actually be able to? Okay, let's try 1. You said try 1. I should have tried 1. Spread is what I'm editing, right? Save and restart. All. Console. retract distance. Retract distance. Where was retract distance? And retract distance. Oh, do I want spread to be, do I want to leave spread here, but retract distance be lower? Is that what I should do? Because I need to be able to get away from the pin. Okay, okay, that's what I should try. Got it. That makes sense. Okay, pull them all. Retract is after trigger. Got it. Okay, so now we're gonna move to over the pin and then run the get position. Ah, I think that's further than we got last time, right? There we go. Nudge coordinates saved. There we go. Awesome. Might be able to put it to 1.5 or 2. No, this is good. I'm fine with this. If this succeeded, and then that would have saved those values, right, to the offset save file. Yep. Yep. Cool. So now, can I run, let's see here. Find all tool offsets. Is that next? Can I just run that one? Let's do it. You said yes. Oops. Let's go to the console. And maybe we'll get, let me get a close-up view of what this is doing. This is probably more fun to see than the console. Gotta get down. Oops, not there. Okay, there we go. Whoa. Can we focus on something? Come on, come on. There we go. So find all tool offsets. Oh, so it sets a temperature. So it's setting 150 C temperature. So it's making sure that there's no, that any filament on the nozzle is hopefully soft enough to squeeze out of the way. So it's going to heat up to 150. And it's settling at 150 now. And it should start here in a second. There we go. Ah, so I'm hitting inconsistencies in my nudge. Let's try it again. Just kind of settle it. See if we can get it to run. I need to rebuild the nudge is what I think is happening. I have copper screws for this. I'm not using them on this build. Okay, it got that one. Now it's gonna go grab the other tool. Got a little ooze there. I'm gonna grab that. Yeah, I tried putting a little bit of grease on there, Joey, just to see if I could, and I think it's probably improved it, but it could probably be better. And I may be better off. I did weaken the magnets a little more. Maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe I need to turn the screws back in a half a turn or something. Probe samples exceeded samples tolerance. That's my error there. So let's see. Let's go back here and let me turn these screws in. Let's increase the magnetic force a little bit. I'm gonna turn this an even amount, half a turn. And see if that helps. So it should put it back. Come get the first one. And it is heating the tool back up. Making good progress. This is good. Should you readjust the nudge offset now that you've changed those screws? Probably. No, I think the thing here, Joey, is this is a nudge build issue. I'm not using the recommended screws. I'm not using the copper screws. Okay. It's gonna heat that up. Step away. What kind of sensor is it touching off to? This is called nudge. So this is another Z Runcho invention. Exceeded sample tolerance. Exceeded sample tolerance. It runs T0 as a baseline, so the offset will be corrected between the tools even if the location of the nudge is slightly off. That makes sense. What do you think, Joey? Do I need to rebuild? Do I just need to rebuild this thing? Do I need to try yet another little bit of extra magnet force? You can try a little bit of extra and try this again. Let's see what it does this time. More force, otherwise new screws. Yeah, new screws isn't reasonable to do today, but more force we can get done. I have parts for a PPS nudge that I can build. I just need to figure out where I put them. Need to find a PPS. It does. It does the first tool, seems to do fine. More power, yep. Getting further than last time. There we go. Success. Awesome. So that's what it just did. Success. Those 6 smooth socket head cap screws will benefit from a slight tightening. Okay. You still have the IDEX Stealth Burner LED macros, the tool changer ones work better. Okay. I will get that set up. A little more Z drop can also ensure a cleaner hit. What does that mean? Oh, a little more. I have it set to 0.2. So you're saying this value here, the lower Z value. Yeah. So should I try like 0.4? Save that and try that later. Okay. Let's do... So this stuff is all working pretty well. I do want to do some of the other kind of, not menial, but regular tuning stuff. I need to make sure that the steppers are moving in the right direction. So we never stepper buzz them. We have a nice cool indicator. So let's do that. Stepper buzz. Stepper equals extruder. And a positive first move should be in the positive direction, which means this should turn clockwise. That nudge set the offset between the tools. Yep. If you go over here and look at our offset save file, if we use T0 as the baseline, this is what it determined for offset values to T1. Yep. Okay, close this, go back. Oops, it lost my command. Stepper, buzz stepper equals extruder. And if we look at that, first move should be positive. And it is. And then extruder 1, this one, first move should be positive. And it is. Let's get the bed out of the way. And heat our extruder up and get some filament. It's ASA. Do I have some? This gray ASA will probably do. Let's use this. It's nice and easy to see. Some gray filament that I'm going to run for rotation distance calibration. And instead of dealing with the spool, I'm just going to cut pieces off because I am not using this filament for much. So let's pull this and put this in here. And since it is ASA, I'm going to go higher on the temperature. There. Is that what you meant? Okay, let's extrude this. There it goes. So I didn't really need to go 50 millimeters. Now, straighten this out a bit. There we go. And grab a marker and a scale, a ruler, whatever, and mark this. So here, let's mark 150 millimeters. See where that actually lands. So the top of the mark is right at 150 millimeters. So let's extrude 50 millimeters again at only 2 millimeters per second. Don't grab on the knurled handle, grab the smooth metal part in front of it and it reduces your torque and acts like a clutch. Yeah, but I have a finely tuned screwdriver feel. Very finely tuned. Okay, so I extruded 50 millimeters at 2 millimeters per second, nice and slow. It is way off. I marked it to 50 and it went to 92. It went to 92. So let's see what our rotation distance for extruder. Oh, is this in? This is in here, and tool 0. And what do we have here? Oh, no wonder. No wonder. We are not. We did not set this up for a Galileo 2. So our default stuff for Galileo 2. So if I go here and Galileo 2 GitHub, and let's go out to Jared's GitHub. Also, these macros work for any number of tool heads. There's another macro where you can specify any number of tools separated by a comma. And Galileo 2 extruder. Oh, come on, Jared. Don't you have the... Let's go to the manual. I thought the values would be here in the... This would be a firmware setup. More pages. Does anybody have these offhand? I don't have it memorized. I get it, Zorancho. Let's download this. Let's just open it. There we go. If it's not in here. What? Where? I passed it? Where? Or is it in the beginning? Hey, Rogue. Okay. Where was it in here? Was it at the beginning? I expected it at the end, but... There we are. Okay. It was. Okay. It's way earlier. It's on page 8. Okay, so this was... It's actually interesting that it was that close. Nine to 1. Is there any reason not to leave this at 32 microsteps? Does it matter? I mean, 16, 32. It's only a factor of 2. Save that and go to tool 1 and do the same thing, because it's going to be wrong too. 47.088. 9. Whatever. Save and restart. $265, and we do this again. Yeah. Okay, got to remark it. Fresh mark. This time at 100, because I don't have 150 millimeters left on this. Okay, I'm at the bottom of the mark for 100. And then we are going to extrude 50 millimeters at 2. Extrude. And you get to watch it turn. Okay, So this should be 50. It traveled 49 exactly. It traveled 49. Tool 0. So this is rotation distance equals previous rotation distance. Where's my calculator? Times actual. So it did 49. Do. Divided by 50. 9 divided by 50 times 47.088. 46.146. $146.24, just to go full on. Save and restart. I know. Is that right? Times or divide? I hate that. Times. It actually did 49. Okay. So back here. Measure. Do this one more time with this filament. Well, I'm just going to say that's at 51. I'm going to say that's at 51 right now and not even mark it. And just extrude 50. I did save and yeah. Hey, see you, Neil. Have a good one. Let this heat up. Still heating up. Okay. And extrude. Yeah, I just don't. This just seems a little easier, Derek. I agree. It's definitely valid. And that looks like it should be at 1 millimeter, and it is. So I'm going to call that good. Now I'm going to retract it. Pull this out of here. You see all my successful tool changes, Rancho? I was bouncing back and forth between them, no problems. The only thing I want to change is my umbilicals are a little tight, so when tool 0 homes, it kind of pulls back on tool 1 here. That's okay, because the next time it grabs it, it evens everything up, but it's probably not ideal to have it do that. Let's see, we are not homed. So we need to cool down Where did my tweezers go that I just had? Where did I put the tweezers that I just had? Don't know. Another pair. There we go. There we go. Downside of a non-positive lock, can't have excessive umbilical force. Yeah. And I think it might be worthwhile to go to modify this for 4 attachment points, just because of the heavier tool heads. I think that might be worthwhile. And if I do that, then I might make some of the mounting point, the screw holes, a little thicker. Okay, so this is done. That can go, oops. That can go back in there. And I guess we don't really need to home it. I can just grab this guy, throw it back over there. Grab that guy. I do need to make it the active tool head. What's the command to make it the active tool head? I think for it to extrude off of that head, it needs to be active, right? Let's just do this. Home all. But you'll see this. You'll see it move. You'll see it pull on the, yeah, see it pulled on the tool head there as that collided. Okay, that I can grab tool 1. There. Let's heat this one up. And grab some filament. No, just T1 and G code will try to do a tool change. So doing that would have done what I just did anyway. Yeah. There is a set active. There's a command, I think, to be able to choose, just set the active tool, but I don't know it offhand. We'll just manually get that thing going. Mark it. Just mark it at 150. There we go. Initiate tool head. And then, oh, I set it to 65. It didn't register the 2. We are so close to printing with this. We will print next stream. Set active tool. Rotation distance on both should be the same, Ken, but in that case, you would say all Galileo 2 setups should be the same. This is why we fine tune it. We get a little closer and then we take care of the variations in the slicer. Okay, is that heated up? Nope, still working on it. Still working on it. I did find my other spool mount though. That over there. initialize tool changer with T1 on the carriage. Okay. This is heated up. So let's move this at 2 millimeters per second. 50. There it goes. Thanks, David. Were you here earlier? We were saying happy birthday to you. Okay, that is done. Let's see where we're at. Little faint mark. It is at the same 101. So it went 49 as well. So I'm just going to change it to the same number. They are both the same, but they are not what the default Galileo settings are. So, but both of these are the same. Back in here, go here, and we had tool 0. Let's just copy that, close it, tool 1, right here, save and restart. Yeah, exactly, Ken. Now we're going to try, because we want to do this again. If we go here, initialize tool changer, unknown command, initialize tool changer. What did I miss? Well, this will be in tool changer macros, probably, right? No? Or is that is this a macro or is it a clipper command? What did I miss? See you, Jackie? Initialize tool changer was an unknown command. Oh, there it goes. It is not allowed to be all uppercase. So now active tool, oops, console, there we go. Now active tool is T1. But unknown command did I misspell it the first time? I actually copy pasted it. I did copy paste it. Is it a copy paste error? We've seen that because I copied it from YouTube. Initialize tool changer. Yep, it's a YouTube copy paste error. It's a YouTube copy paste error again. We did that before years ago. I shouldn't copy and paste from YouTube chat. Yep, I can't copy and paste from YouTube chat and have it work. The same thing. Yep, we've had that before. We had a whole thing we were troubleshooting, and it turned out it was something injected. So I changed that, but what I want to do is confirm that that was correct. Got to be hidden spaces or something. I wanted to confirm that the new value is correct before we finish up. this done. Oh, I can try that, Justin. I can try that next time. Or I can try it now. Let's find out. Let's copy. I don't think anything's gonna hurt. Here, let's just do this real quick. Extrude. Let's just do a quick check. I've copied it again. And do this before I get distracted. We are, all right. Right on. Right on. Okay. Let's go to console. Let's paste. Just a regular paste. Enter. Oh. Nope, that worked. Maybe I had an extra space highlighted when I copied it the first time. Maybe I had an extra space highlighted when I copied it the first time. Is there a GitHub repository? Yep, it's linked in the description. It's linked in the description. Awesome. Now, if I ran that, here, let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this filament out of here. There we go. And clean all this off. So I just like kind of confirming functionality. If I pull this tool now and put tool zero on there and run that again. So active tool is T1 and all I'm running is initialize tool changer. Active tool is T0. Cool. Awesome. As intended. Let's see, what else can I do here? I need more. I think I'm gonna have to just run that. I think I'm gonna just have to either cut all the zip ties or spend a bunch of time wiggling this over to give me some more room here so that when this homes, or we can try pulling this down. Oops. We can try pulling this down. Here, let's do a few more things. A few more tuning things. And setup things. Where'd my zip ties go? I need the bigger zip ties. Things that we don't want to have to do next week. We want to basically be ready to print. So things that I haven't done yet is put zip ties to actually hold these in place. Do that. And that. So David, this is a 250 frame in Y, but 350 in X. because this originally was my Tridex setup, an IDEX. So do that. And then I want to try something. I'm going to try forcing this down a little bit and see what happens. Just kind of make that not stick up as much. Force it into kind of a turn into here. Let's see what that does when we home it. So we're kind of looking at this. If we get that into place and now home the whole thing. No, it didn't really. I mean, it helped. It didn't move it this time. It does pull it down a little more. Could you not use something like the PTFE guide that's on the core one? Could. It's just a matter of setting up the right thing. I do like the idea of doing that. As I said, a lot of this is just kind of figuring out. Oops, that also wasn't there. That wasn't in place, so maybe that wasn't a good test. Let's home all again. Yeah, that would still help a little better. It's just in your homing override thing there, David. Now we can grab. Let's grab T1. Why didn't it do that? Oh, there we go. I didn't actually click. No, I don't think we need to. I think everything will stay out of the way right now. Cool. See how it moves to everything else. Yeah, it gets everywhere just fine. I'm okay with that. Just that little tweak. It's very almost ready to print. Next week, we'll be setting up the slicer and getting the print going. There we go. That doesn't get old. Yeah, I'll probably use Prusa Slicer. Don't forget the priming macros. Love it. Love it. Steppers aren't even getting warm. What will I print first? I'll take suggestions. I'll take suggestions. Cat keyboard. I kind of want to do the main purpose I have for this printer is dissimilar materials. So I want to do that. Multicolor is cool. I've got other printers that'll do multicolor. There's not, you know what? I shouldn't say that. There's lots of cases where I do 2-color things that is handy. But a big purpose here is dissimilar materials and see how that's going to work out. I don't need no automated test script. I just keep hitting the button. This is fun. ABS and TPU, the interlocking materials. The only thing I worry about that, Joey, is how long the print might take. Oh yeah, the keyboard, yeah. Keyboard shield. Look at this. This is fantastic. One of the nicest things about this printer, this is my spool management. Just 2 spools here and done. I'm having a hard time figuring out how I want to deal with spools on the index. Doink. If you reduce the transit time, you can do a 10K tool change burn-in test a little faster. Yeah. Here, before we sign off, we're going to sign off here in a minute. Let's bump that speed up. Let's bump, because we turned it down before we increase the stepper current. So let's bump this speed up a bit. Let's go back to that 1500 first. Why not? Let's save and restart. Hold on. Nope, that still pulled it back. Let's mess around with that a little more. Okay, T1. We can do a full cycle here. We know it didn't skip any steps, right? Okay, so now I'm gonna go in and bump it another step. $18,000. Moment. Hey, Wick Central. Need to see 100K changes. Okay, now T1. Yeah, I'm gonna set up, one of the things I need to do before next stream is redo the docks with some mounting points for nozzle blockers under here. Okay. Next, 21,000. Go as fast as we can was 30,000. Well, let's go 21,000. What do you use for blockers? Yeah, some silicone pad thing. Not sure what I'm gonna do. Hopefully I have time to do it. Okay, here we go. Yeah, no skip steps. Let's bump it again. Let's go to 25,000 this time. Okay, here we go. That doesn't seem faster. That doesn't seem faster. Go back. Printer config. Max velocity 300. What is 25,000? Let's change that. Let's just manually put this back where it should be. Okay. Yeah. It was not getting faster. So we'll see how this does, because this is probably 2 jumps. Okay. There we go. That is much faster. You do have to manually, T0 has to be on to home. The way I have it set up, Nergorot, because the X end stop is mapped to tool 0 through the Maxwell coupling. There we go. I think that's probably good. This is pretty fantastic. Now, Novgorod, if I did an X end stop here at the back, then we could get away with homing just the carriage. And then have to go pick up a tool to home Z. Yeah, this is working great. I'm so happy. Now, if only we could get the volume of the stream correct for everybody. So print next stream. We are going to print next stream. Talking about streams, so Wednesday, we are going to unbuild a very special printer. I do believe cannot change tools that fast. This is locking is slow, yeah. So we are going to unbuild a very special printer. Voron 2 serial number 0 is going to get unbuilt. Or we're going to evaluate where it's at so I can prep for a rebuild in January. So that is Wednesday's stream. So if you're interested in the beginnings, the very beginnings of that, the idea is that Voron 2 will be rebuilt as a Voron 2.1 and raffled off for Smurf, for SMF. So yeah, I'm very happy. We are at a good spot with this. Huge thanks to Joey and Z Ranchos for help after last stream. I was really frustrated last stream. Joey worked his magic with the configuration, and Zarancho gave me an education on how these docks are really supposed to be set up with the magnets. So, let's see. It is Bowden. It is Bowden. Now we're going to take some liberties. It will have a flex sheet, for instance, that wasn't common when 2.1 was out. Yeah, V2 serial 0 is RCFs. I have collected it from him. It is over here in my shop, sitting there with dirty panels and dust all over the place. So, I am very happy with this. My goals between streams is I'm going to try to set up some sort of nozzle blocker, because I think that's just going to make, even just a blocker and not even worrying about a brush yet, is going to make the print go better. And I may try to rebuild the nudge with the copper screws and stuff. So one thing about, I think, so Orca in reheating and slicers with tool changers, I think that Boss Slicer, which is Morden's fork of Prusa Slicer, opens up some of those features that are locked behind Prusa's XL settings. So I may be looking at that. So we shall see. The plan on the V2 serial 0 is, once we start the build, we'll be working with SMF to make raffle tickets available starting right around then. So stay tuned for more information on that. This month's, since it's December, this month's member stream, I'm not sure when it'll be yet. It'll probably be the 20th. The 20th is probably the most likely day for it to be. That's either this Saturday the 13th or the 20th, and the 20th is probably a more realistic date. So with that, thank you everyone. Thank you for everybody who helped, all the gifted members and new members and super chats, and thanks to Polymaker for letting me give away a roll of filament every stream. Thanks for everyone who's still hanging out. Almost 200 of you. We didn't quite hit 250 likes though. That's too bad. So anyway, thanks everyone. Hope you have a good rest of your week. We'll see you on Wednesday. Take care. Enjoy the build. Bye.